Welcome everyone to our February 13th board meeting. We have 6 board members present, so we have established quorum. If you would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the American and Texas flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. We'll have a short public hearing for District of Innovation. I've only had one person sign up. Does anyone else have a card for the public hearing for District of Innovation? I'd like to call on Susan Seaton, please.
District of Innovation because it can be used in the wrong hands to not be favorable to teachers, but with the transparency that our administration is showing this time and asking for the 4 C's, y'all have our support and our willingness to participate in this endeavor with you because we feel it would be good for our staff and for our students. So again, the San Marcos Educators, which is
the San Marcos Educators, which is the largest educator association in San Marcos, supports you and appreciates the partnership.
Thank you. Any other speakers for District of Innovation? We'll close the public hearing for the District of Innovation. Move on to the public forum, which I don't see typed on here. Dan Ryan is going to speak to us on bond proposal.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Cardona, and trustees. I'm not a proponent of Pastor Pig's proposal for the school bond. Let me read what the San Marcos Daily Record has said about it. Specifically, Goodnight Middle School received a recommendation for a theater arts edition with a black box classroom to be situated adjacent to the band hall. At the San Marcos High School, a series of performing arts renovations could include band room changes with a mariachi program room and support space, an addition of a dance studio and a black box theater / classroom and support space. All but one of the committee members involved in the end of the process were in support of both the proposed changes at Goodnight and the high school. Similarly, a vote to determine whether an outdoor pool or a natatorium should be constructed was, let's see, okay. The vote was heavily in favor of the natatorium as opposed to an outdoor pool. Come, let us reason together. Have all of you gone mad? We have already spent millions of dollars. Where is the scholastic improvement? The future jobs are in STEM and vocational disciplines. They are not primarily in band and the arts and dance. I say this as the son of a former San Marcos High School band director. I am not biased against these disciplines. During my father's career, the band hall was an unair-conditioned trapezoidal-shaped room, which was what was left over after they built the auditorium. Yet I will stack up his awards next to any band director, past, present, or future. In conclusion, I cannot support the bond in its present form. It's just too much. We don't need most of the stuff that I talked about. It is not helping us academically. Let's get serious. Let's get into STEM. Let's get into vocational. And I agree that art and all that other stuff is important, but it's not what's going to get our students the jobs once they leave here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon. Next speaker is Susan Seaton, bond support.
Good evening once again. Susan Seaton, San Marcos Educators Association, and my other officer, Jana Mercado. We are standing here in support of the bond and pledge not only our members' support, but our work ethic and our willingness to partner with you in gathering community support for this bond. While it may seem like the goals are lofty, I appreciate the fact that these are needs and not wants. When I look at this bond proposal, I see things that are required by our students. It is also the needs to draw in more students. The more students we have, the more money comes into our schools, and in turn, that leads to more academic possibilities. Now, a well-rounded student is one who will be successful. They may not go to college, they may go to vocational school, they may learn a trade, but all of those things are currently being offered at San Marcos High School. And when we have all of these other programs, it brings in more students and provides more opportunities. And I also like the fact that we are looking at the equity between our schools. We are looking at the needs of what the schools have and what they need. And this money would have to come out of existing expenses, which would limit what we can do as a district since we're now in recapture. So we wholeheartedly support this bond and pledge to work with you in this endeavor.
Thank you very much. Superintendent's report.
Well, good evening, everybody. The illness bug has caught us, so superintendent's report is going to be very short because we'll move it to March. And we also, I don't see Sharon Vigil. She probably got stuck in Austin. Sharon Vigil is the CEO of Communities in School, and she was actually going to come and present to you all the work that Communities in School has been doing in our campuses. Mr. Sanders and I were in a conference call with her last week, and I think it's important to understand the enormity of the work that they do for our families in providing wraparound services and whole child development, whole child supports. It's something a city council member and I were talking about recently, and that the district tends to assume all that responsibility without help from the city or the county, and Communities in School is one of those examples. I did not understand the enormity of the number of kids that we're helping until she put the data in front of me. We have about 700 Tier 3 kids that get direct access, but they are missing students. And she would talk to you, and she will the next time we can get her up here, about how they had to retailor their program to meet the mental health needs of the kids coming back from COVID. That's something that took Communities in School off guard, and it's something that we work with them in partnership with our counseling department. April over there is really a key liaison with Communities in School, and I know she'll be sorry that she wasn't here, but we'll get Ms. Vigil up here to showcase. And we are looking at Communities in School next year for the high school. You know, if we could have 6 Communities in School reps at the high school, we probably could use 6, but that's unrealistic. But we are most definitely looking to provide that support, which will mean that 100% of our campuses will have Communities in School in it. And I think we can all agree, we can all agree that some things are not measured in accountability, but it's doing what's best for students to provide them the support that they need so that they can make their decision on what it is they want to do when they graduate, whether it's to go military, career, or college. So That concludes
Superintendent's report. You said,
superintendent's report.
you said we weren't having student recognition because,
She's ill.
okay. I thought it was someone else that was presenting to students, no? Okay.
She's here.
Next item, 7, closed session is authorized by section 551.76 and 551.074 of the Texas Government Code.
Hold on one second. She did make it. Ms. Vigil did make it. So,
Sure.
we'll let her put her purse and stuff down. We won't give her too much time. She's coming from Austin, so.
Hello.
Yes.
That was a place filler.
Okay. Oh,
It should be recording.
hello. Oh, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Buenas noches. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sharon Vigil, and I am the proud CEO of Communities in Schools. We have had a beautiful partnership with San Marcos Consolidated MISD for about 3 years. And every single year, we spend some time looking back and really acknowledging all the great work that we've done. We also spend some time, hey, look at all the great friends that I have. I'm excited to see everyone. We also spend time really centering on the needs of each campus, and then we look forward and we say, what are the needs that we see for next year? So today I'm gonna talk to you all about all of that in 5 minutes, I was told. So this report is really to present to you the good partnership that we have. And so last year we served 8 schools. We served 4,510 students. Those are San Marcos students. And we served 660 students with intense case management, which means that each student received a weekly check-in on their academics. It means that we were checking in on their emotional and mental health. It means that we were having conversations with teachers about how students were doing. I like to point out who we serve because we focus on the students with the highest needs. We also focus on students that look like your student body. And so it's important for you to know that we are serving 81%. Oh, there it is. 81% of the students that we serve were qualified for free and reduced lunch. 5% were emergent bilingual. 3% have an incarcerated guardian. I start off by saying that we are very proud of our numbers, but last year was a hard year for kids, and it was a hard year for educators. And so we come alongside of you, and we look at how we provide support to you all in 3 domains. Making sure that students' academics are well, making sure that they can be successful in the classroom. We also look at their behavior, and we look at their attendance. And so you'll see that 86% of the students that we worked with received an academic improvement. And some of them might have seen a slight improvement, but it wasn't at the measurement that TEA requires us to report, so know that. Also, when you look at behavior, we look at 2 different things. We look at suspensions. We look at if students are going to, ISS, but we also give them a pre and a post assessment, something called the Student Health and Wellness Assessment. And that is measuring anxiety, that is measuring depression, that is measuring how are students coping, because if kids aren't well here, they're not going to be ready to understand 1 + 1. And so when we look at that, 73% of the students that we worked with received a behavior, they did better in behavior. I will tell you that a lot of people talk about the academic COVID slide, but we forget to talk about the SEL COVID slide. I think about my young baby, went out of school at 2nd grade, had 2 years without interaction, then came back and had to be a 4th grader. And so what does that look like for students? And so I will tell you that we struggled. We did a lot of crisis work. We did a lot of self-regulation work. We're seeing that this year is a little bit better, but last year was tough. Lots of kids were also comfortable being at home, and so some of them weren't coming, and so we really focused a lot on attendance. And you see that we did see some improvements. Usually we see these in the 80s and 90s, but again, I'm proud of the work. It was a tough year for all of us. Okay, I'm gonna be quicker. The last thing that I will share with you is, so what do we do? You're telling us you're serving all these kids, but what are you doing with them? And so what we do is we divide our service hours into components. So last year we provided 14,765 service hours, direct service hours to students. And that was 61% of that was in supportive guidance and counseling. And when we're doing that, remember, we're looking at attendance, we're looking at academics, so that is what we're always focusing on, but we're also talking to kids about how they're doing emotionally. Okay, and I want to focus your attention here really quick. Our contract and our partnership with you. San Marcos has said we believe in social health and mental health of students, and so you all provide $250,000 to this partnership. But the partnership does not cost that, it costs a lot more. So then CIS goes and fundraises the rest, and so we leverage $666,445 to make sure that we're able to provide a program manager, interns, AmeriCorps support on your campuses. The other thing that we do is we provided $38,452 of direct cash family assistance. So if a family can't pay the bills, guess what? We're gonna help them. If the family doesn't have money for food that week, guess what? We're going to help them. Our goal is to make sure that we're mitigating barriers so that students stay in school. And I'm telling you, I've never met a student that says, I wanna be poor, I wanna be at risk. Kids don't want that, and so it is our responsibility to make sure that they have what they need. So you all can read the survey. You all can read, we survey your teachers and your administrators, and what they tell us is they love CIS because what they want to do in the classroom is teach kids how to read, how to do math, and they want CIS to stay on campus so that we're helping them with everything else. We couldn't do this without you. We're not teachers, but we for sure know how to help the heart and how to help the, the brain. And so we're so happy that you gave me an opportunity to come and share our progress with you. Thank you. Gracias, muy amable. You all have a good night.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you so much. Going back to our closed session as authorized by section 551.076, 551.074, and I'm adding 551.071 in case some of the board members have questions on the Chapter 49 item C6. A mid-year update for duties and responsibilities of the Miller and Goodnight Middle School principals. B, discussion regarding formative mid-year evaluation of superintendent of schools. C, discussion regarding school safety update. We will now convene into executive session. And thank you for joining us, Mr. Arredondo. back in. We're not having our taper report. So we're to high school schedule update. Who's doing the high school schedule update?
She comes waiting.
Board members, Dr. Cardona. It is my pleasure to stand before you and talk through our master schedule process. We do have a completed course catalog. We have choice selections cards for each of the students. We have a scheduling plan with the middle schools and each of the grade levels up through the Friday of spring break, and then the week after spring break will be cleanup time to catch any students that hadn't been caught within the individual counseling sessions and groups that they're doing. And then at that point, we will begin the process of actually beginning to construct the master schedule itself. So we will first look at totals for each of the courses, number of student requests, to then determine how many sections are needed, then look at our current staffing and see if we have the appropriate staffing needed, the certifications within our staffing, do we need to make any movements or adjustments based on the campus needs, and then once we have that kind of information, and then we'll break that down to the different departments working on building a schedule for their departments and their teachers within the departments. Kids will have options to make any adjustments to their schedules throughout the remainder of the school year. We'll close that off at the end of the school year, so we will have some pretty finite numbers. The numbers that would change as we go into summer might be students who fail semester courses and maybe have to retake courses. We may have kids that go through summer school or credit recovery, and so if they then earn credits, then they would we would make the adjustments in their selections for their courses for the next year there. But that's going to be probably maybe 3%, 4% of the entire population. So by the time teachers leave in June, May, the end of May, they will have a rock solid idea of the content that they will be teaching. If there are any content changes, so for example, if I am a math teacher and I'm scheduled to teach geometry and algebra 2, and now we have more need for algebra 1, that would be a one-on-one conversation with those teachers individually throughout the summer. But that typically is not, if the plan is working, that typically is not a lot of conversations. We're usually pretty accurate on the content that they leave with. If we have a lot of teacher exit and we're having to do some hiring, then there may be more to that. But working really, really hard to build the morale of the staff, that the changes that we're making are good and that we're moving forward. We're uncovering problems after problem after problem, but we can't look back. Everything we discover, okay, let's figure out what we're going to do to try to fix it, and how are we going to create a sustainable high school that's going to carry on for years and years. So living it through the year, we're going to put the systems in place as we move through each process of the year. So the big piece that I was asked to speak to you about is our bell schedule. From what I understand, over the last 2-3 years, the bell schedule has been adjusted in some way. Mm-hmm. So we have significant need to, the bell schedule that we currently have is very, very difficult for teachers. For example, if you're teaching world geography and you're teaching it in first or fifth period, you meet that group every day. But then if you also have the same content in a block period, you're teaching those kids every other day. So the planning piece of that is very different in the two different kinds of scheduling. We have many teachers that have a conference on the block, but they don't get a conference every day. So we're within the law of 450 minutes every 10 days, but an example, Coach Webb, our baseball coach, he's in baseball season right now. He gets a conference every other day. So today may have been a day he started at 7 in the morning doing his baseball stuff, getting ready for his baseball thing. Then he goes and teaches all day, has a 30-minute lunch break. Then he's finished teaching the rest of the day. Then he goes straight out to baseball practice or baseball game, and then his day could potentially not end until 10 or 10:30. So any of our teachers who have extracurricular assignments and what have you, and they only have that conference every other day, is very, very difficult. And we're going to lose teachers if we maintain that process. So that's the first piece. It's difficult for kids adjusting. We have a skinny day on Fridays, and it's like every other day is just, there's no regular routine that they can just kind of conform to. And this year being the first full year back post-COVID, we're having the struggles of getting the kids here and getting them engaged. So we went out and looked at many bell schedules across the state. Lake Travis and Wimberley and Lockhart, looked at some of the city schools out of Austin, out of San Antonio, and just kind of looking at the different versions of what would work and what wouldn't work. And so we as a leadership team just were having general dialogue, and then in that I keep pushing my team to start thinking outside of the box. There's many ways to educate our kids and to have them in a building and follow certain timelines. There's many ways to get around what we need to do. So they actually came up with the bell schedule that you have proposed in front of you, which is, it's an A-B block. Our ECHS, our partnership with Austin Community College is what drives us to, we're forced to be on a block schedule because of that partnership, as they teach on those block days, similar to the college schedule. So if we have a rolling block where the A's and B's change throughout every other week, that wouldn't work with our partnership with ACC. Our ECHS partnership with Coastal Bend, if they're not a teacher on the campus, they're assigned the course and they're doing that coursework asynchronously. So it's outside of the school day or sometimes in the school day with a facilitator. So one of our staff members becomes a facilitator of those kids where they begin to work. So what we're proposing is that AB, Monday through Thursday, would be consistent. And instead of a skinny Friday, we would have an alternate A or a B, trying to maintain the right number of A's and B days through a 9-week cycle. And then the skinny fifth is intended for, the way that you see it on your paper, it says fifth. That's every day at the end of every day. And so our first target will be that will be for anything non-core. So that would be a lot of our athletic groups, could be some of our fine arts groups, our career tech people, our co-op kids, our practicum kids, senior release students, kids that need to be working on credit recovery through Edgenuity. We have to find seats to fill those skinny fifth. So the goal is to not have any core in that skinny fifth. So that then allows that 45-minute is their conference period every day. And then they would get a block conference for PLC PLC programming and lesson planning. Right now, that is blended as one and the same, and it's just lesson planning. But we have to make a change in what the teachers are doing in the classrooms because they're not reaching the kids. The kids aren't buying in. And so we're making an adjustment and a shift, coming back, getting the kids re-engaged, balancing that with their social and emotional health, balancing out with their outside commitments or extracurricular activities. After 2 years of being at home as the CIS person, you know, it's challenging. And so our attendance rate at semester was up 5 percentage points than it was last year. So we're seeing some trends moving forward. We have, at present this year, we have 50 sections of pre-AP. We have pre-AP courses. We have 31 sections of AP courses. This schedule will allow students to have as many of opportunities. It's actually one more, but that's not the focus. I'm not trying to create a program so kids can stack up on AP and pre-AP courses, because there may be a couple of athletic programs that will have to double block. But if we have to double block anything, we're not taking anything away from the students that they've had already. They will all still get the opportunity for 8 credits. One of the big driving pieces is that we have, right now we have 1,414 students enrolled in classes in our Edgenuity software program because they're credit deficient. So over the last 3, 4, 5 years, you know, kids typically, you'll have a handful of kids that get off task and don't, or they fail a class and then they fail more and then they become off grade level. So we have a whole group of those kids that we have built courses for, but they are not actively working on them outside of the school day. We have, right now we have 399 kids who are actively working, and we looked at actively anybody that's been working in that computer program within the last week to 2 weeks. 138 of those are Phoenix kids, and 250 of those kids are assigned a class period in their schedule for the Edgenuity time. So that's 388. That means that there's only 11 kids outside that are working actively. So that's not working to get our kids back on track. So this proposal is for the next 2 years. After that, then we just go to the block, AB, AB, and then the Friday being an alternating AB. Get rid of the skinnies, but it gives us an opportunity then to try to pull these kids back in. So looking at old cohort data, we've got kids all the way back to cohort 2021. We still have 4 kids enrolled that should have graduated in 2021 that were credit deficient. We have 20 kids from 2022. So we have 24 kids outside of the 4-year cohort. Then we have about 389 that are off of their cohort as far as credits earned for 10th, 11th, and 12th. So we have a significant problem that we've identified, so now we've got to figure out a plan on how to tackle that. So this is one component of it. Second is we've got to have teachers engaging kids in classrooms every single day. We can't just be teaching content. We have to teach kids. And that's sometimes at the secondary, at the high school level, that's easier said than done, because a lot of times high school kids teachers are experts in their field and not always necessarily experts at taking care of children. So there's a paradigm change in conversations that need to be had in that respect. So that's like nuts and bolts of touching on the need, but I'm available. I'm open to questions.
Ms. Halsey?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate this. I understand it's difficult, and I appreciate that difficulty. I really like the idea of trying to simplify it as much as possible, because I can tell you that I have 2 high schoolers, and I don't understand which classes they go to on a regular basis.
Correct.
Correct. I think they do, which thank goodness. But so I like the idea of simplifying it. I certainly think that we have a need to ensure that teachers have a conference period every day. And I understand we're trying to balance a number of variables, but some of the one of the questions I have outright is, where is the course catalog located and where can people access it?
Okay, the course catalog is currently on our campus webpage.
Okay.
And it is under the academics tab, and it says course selection process. And when you click on course selection, you will see the course catalog. You will see both course choice slips there in a PDF. And anybody that can go to that webpage can pull that information up.
Great. And you've been doing a great job communicating with the parents this year on a weekly basis, and so I'm assuming that that information will be conveyed in your next messaging to
Yes.
parents so that they will understand the timeline for completing this, and because
Yes.
some of our children are
Yes.
not necessarily reliable in bringing that information home all of the time. Great. So then I'm just confused about the bell schedule, because I feel like we're trying to do everything, right? Which we need to do everything. But I don't understand why we're going to 9 periods. That seems like we're sacrificing depth at the same time that we're saying we're trying to construct a schedule around dual credit. And I think that still put teachers, I mean, the last time we switched away from the block plan was because we were told that our students were not being successful in the block plan, was because the courses were not designed to be in the block plan. So what we were told at the time was we had an hour-and-a-half period. This was before you. We had an hour-and-a-half period, 6 of them, 7 of them a day, and that only half of that period was being used for instruction. And so that wasn't obviously efficient or effective, and so that was not a great idea. So then, because of the pandemic sort of forced us away from that, we moved back to the block plan. But I'm not sure how this is exactly going to be benefiting our kids in all of the subsets of students that we need to be helping. I'm not understanding how this schedule is doing that. I mean, if you can, I appreciate you having gone to the other schools. If you can point me to a school that does this and the marked academic improvement they've had, I would love to know that. What we were told the last time we went through this big discussion was it doesn't matter what the schedule is, it matters that you stick to the schedule with fidelity. Consistency
is really, really important, and I understand that there's been differences in the past years. In my career, I've worked on everyday period schedules. I've worked on block schedules, block like with the Skinny Friday. I've rolling blocks. You know, I think a lot of it all is what the expectations are and how they are presented to the staff. What kind of professional development is there for them? How do they utilize that? You know, if there's not any training, you know, the TEKs drive what they teach. So if by using the PLC times, they as a team, like the Algebra 1 team, the U.S. History team, those teams can actually look at their TEKs, develop a scope and sequence that aligns with the district has a scope and sequence for each of those, but the timing may be different. But the schedule that we're currently on, that timing is like teaching world geography on a Skinny and teaching world geography on a block. That's like having two different preparations. They have to plan completely different. And you know, that teacher may be teaching 3 sections of world geography and 3 sections of world history. And if they're both Skinny fat periods, then that's 4 preps. It's uncanny. It's just difficult.
Unnecessarily hard.
Right. It's unnecessarily hard, right. So this schedule will allow those core teachers to have their conference time in the 5th. Then they will have a block period to do those other pieces to align. So I'm trying to embed some PD, professional development, into the school day. So twice a week, they will have dedicated time as a team to actually plan and build in their lessons. What I've done this year, they don't have that. I've paid for them to have days off to where they can meet as a team and actually build and work on some of that curriculum. So we started with the EOC tested courses, and then some of the other subjects wanted some too, and yes, because if I give them the time to prep and plan, then my expectation is that they're going to get a good product, and we need to start collecting data to support all the things that we're doing.
So because, this is my last question, but so because this is a big change another big change that we're going to undertake, right? Would it be helpful, would it be advantageous if the school board allocated funding for the high school teachers to have additional professional development over the summer so that they could have some of that planning and programming determined before they start school? Because I think we need conference periods, I think we need the PL days during the school year, but it's also really hard to sort of plan it as you're doing it.
For a brand new teacher, yes. For teachers that have been in education, it's not as hard because that's just kind of the role. This district is unique because they front load all the professional development before school. So it's harder to not have that time during the year to come back to. But, a whole nother discussion with DOI and things like that gives some flexibility there. So I'm simply just trying to do the best that we can come up with given what we have. So, funds to pay for the teachers to have the time off is always great. The backside problem is that we have 30 teachers out and you only have 11 substitutes. So sometimes that's an ongoing challenge.
There are things that we can do to support and sustain this and make the transition as effective as possible. I'm sure that my colleagues would join me in supporting that. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Arredondo?
Thank you, President Cantu. Thank you, Principal Reinhardt. I apologize if you explain this, but as someone who has seen at least half a dozen schedules during my time on the school board, especially at San Marcos High School, please educate me. In this hypothetical example of a bell schedule, what is happening in 9th period if I have a lunch from 3:35 to 4:30? When I have like a
Okay, so
skinny or
so does your paper have 1 through 4, 5 through 8, and a 9?
yes.
Okay, so 1 through 4 is the A day, 5 through 8 is the B day, and then the 9 is every day. So right now, the other piece I didn't speak to is that we have 2 lunches right now. We have over 2,500 students, and that's way too many kids in a lunch. So we have to go to 3 lunches. So your image here shows what a kid's schedule would look like if they had an A lunch or a B lunch or a C lunch. So if you had a lunch, Mr. Arredondo, you would come to school, go to 1st or 5th, go to 2nd or 6th, then you would have lunch, then you would go to 7th, or 1, 2, 3, or 7, and then you'd go to 4 or 8, and then you would go to 9.
Okay.
Okay? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And their lunches right now are based on parts of the school divided up. And so, this half of the school goes first lunch, other half goes second lunch. So we'll break that up 3 ways. So we don't have traffic throughout the entire building in those transition times.
So so what is a skinny?
A skinny is a 45-minute class period, which is the period 9.
Yes.
So instead, the block periods are 90 minutes. We have to have 90 minutes every day in order to maintain CTE funding for our CAPE programs. Initially, we had done the schedule. It had 85 minutes. When we brought in every person who could potentially have a question about the schedule. All of the fine arts directors, all the coaches, all the CTE program people, the department chairs, probably 30, 40 different people to look at it. CJ Odom comes in and says, nope. So it has to be 90 minutes. So we then asked, we were 5 minutes short. So we've requested that we start at 8:40 instead of 8:45, which then fulfills every question that anybody asked us as they created this. we didn't find this schedule anywhere. This is out of the discussions of looking at all those other schedules and what are our needs, and talking to the department chairs and talking to those people. This was a creation of those discussions.
Excuse me, I have like 10 more follow-up questions, so just bear with me. So if, again, looking at the first schedule, what is happening in that 45-minute window? Does it depend on who I am as a student? If I'm like a AP National Merit Scholar, or I'm 10 credits behind where I should be? What is happening in that 45-minute class?
So that would be, it could be the theater production class. It could be the girls basketball. It could be the top choir. It could be maybe a foreign language. It could be anything that is
So it could be anything.
outside of core. That's our first
The
objective.
electives then.
So no English, no math, no science, no social studies.
Okay.
If we cannot if we need more seats than what we have available there, then we're going to start bringing in core that are non-tested. So like we would bring in the government and eco. We would bring in maybe the level 2s and 3s of languages. You know, we would bring in some of those where we could fill those seats. But we're also offering a senior release as well. So if we have seniors who have done everything and they don't need to be there for extra credits, they're going to have an option there. So they would get their regular curriculum, but they're going to get it in that skinny. So from an athletics perspective, we may have some athletics first period because of facilities, and some of those may have to double block. But those kids are not going to be shortchanged any, because they're still getting the 8 classes that they have always had in that process, in their 4 years.
So I'm going to pretend that I understand, just so I can get to my next point. My biggest concern, well, one is I appreciate building time during the instructional day to do this. Your predecessor proposed doing something similar in a very different way, however, because I think we take for granted that students can come in after school, nights, weekends, and all of the things, and that has been a short-sighted administrative board decision made by everybody involved for decades and generations before me, saying we're just going to fix this by having after-school time or Saturday school or winter solstice or whatever y'all call all the things that you do. However, I'm concerned because I know, thinking back, Miguel Arredondo, 15, 16 in high school, like you're telling me at the end of the day, I'm gonna get to class at 3:35, immediately start being productive, and not like check out at 4:15, 4:10, and just kind of mess around. And then, like, my concern is that period is gonna be a teacher takes 10 minutes to get everybody settled, and then 10 minutes before the final bell, half of the class is already kind of checked out. I'm supportive of this in theory. I would much rather like to see the skinnies built not at the tail end of the day.
We talked about
Because
doing
you
it
show
first
me
period.
someone who can keep students on task till 4:30, and they deserve a raise. They deserve a merit increase. They deserve a stipend. I just don't think it's possible. Invite me to the high school and prove me wrong, and I'd be glad to see it. So when it comes to the skinnies, I would like to see an iteration of this if possible that doesn't have them at the end of the days, or prove me wrong before this comes to board consideration, and you got me. The second thing, to Ms. Halsey's point, I want to echo her sentiment and say, I know we've operated under this mindset of we institute a new curriculum, we require PD to happen during the contracted schedule. If we're doing this, and if we want to do it well, and I've been here when we've tried all of the other things and not done them well, so this is kind of where I am today. I'm interested in providing additional funds to pay employees outside of their contract time to make sure that they are adequately trained to do this before the first day of school. Because we've done it the other way, where we've said, okay, we're gonna have training, we're gonna do it when we can during the instructional day. And again, the same thing, right? We can't front load training because it's gonna take staff out of the classroom for days or weeks at a time when we can't find the subs. So, Dr. Cardona, staff, bring me something where we train up our employees to do this well the first time, and we're not having this conversation with the next iteration of Bell schedule in 3 or 4 years when this doesn't work. And I only say that because, again, I've been here for every other Bell schedule, every other curriculum du jour that's going to fix all of the things, and we're talking about another Bell schedule to fix all the things that haven't been fixed before, right? So,
Right. Dr. Somi?
Thank you, Principal Reinhardt. I appreciate you bringing this to us. It's my understanding that we do not have approval authority over this. This is an administrative presentation that you've given us.
That would be correct.
Thank you. My one question is, when will we, I know you've done a very good job of notifying families of student deadlines for when students are registering for classes. When is the master schedule going to be prepared? I missed that in your presentation.
When it's completely finished?
Yeah, when would that be available?
It will be finished in August, because we'll be making hiring
Okay.
pieces to fill in all those gaps. We set a timeline, and what we say, April, on our timeline, that we would be approximately 70% complete. Then April, May, we'll finish out the year, know who our retentions are, know who our failures are, teachers that are leaving, what we need to hire. So there's always cleanup to do through the summer. But as we get to the end of July, we will be 99%. And
So when you-
and just other than enrollments, if we have any hirings that we still have to do, sometimes that skews it a little bit, but we should be good to go. At Rattler Readiness, Rattler Roundup, they will have their schedules.
So beginning of August, students should be receiving their schedules? Is that what you're?
The kids will actually receive their schedules at Rattler Readiness and Rattler Roundup. So
When does that take place? Sorry.
that's the week before school starts, I think.
Okay.
It also depends on what calendar we kind of.
Yeah, we don't have a calendar right
Understood.
for next year, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're trying to kind of eyeball it, to give you a specific date. Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
But you could do a run on a percentage of the schedules to
we'll
see
be
if,
doing that all
all the way
spring.
through.
Yes, as soon as,
And testing the system to make sure that there's not holes, that there's no
100%,
conflicts, that
correct.
you've
So-
loaded all your football players, you've loaded all your dance girls.
Correct. We'll start that process almost immediately. Like where the football, or where the courses that can't move. the
Singletons?
Practicums, all of that.
Singletons?
All the singletons will be in there, yes, and then, absolutely. We'll do our singletons, we'll do our specialties, then we'll do anything that has to be in any additional spots, whether, if, they could be multiple section things. And then what ultimately gets moved around is all the multiple stuff.
Right.
So, yes, that will happen as soon as we get, all the data into the system, because we're gonna actually delete everything that's in there from this year's scheduling side. We're gonna delete, start from scratch, so that whoever's building that is learning how to do that and not have to learn how to fix this, to do this, to make this happen.
Make it
And
work.
so, that was a huge hindrance in us being able to get a cleaner schedule in the 19 days that we did. But yes, we will be running simulations regularly to know where we are,
problems
where we
are.
stand, where the most conflicts are. We'll get reports out of the system that tells us where our biggest conflicts are. We'll be looking at all the departments vertically by period. We'll be looking horizontally, because you have to have equal number of seats every period for every kid. So if I've got 4 grade levels of kids, I have to have that many seats for those kids every period of the day. So,
Mejia?
Ms. Reinhardt, thank you so much for presenting this to us and just being very transparent on what you have been working on. My question regarding to the Bell schedule, is that I noticed that students are going to have 5 minutes in between each class. Is that going to be enough for them to get in time to
That's
their
what they
class?
do now.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Just as a reminder, Ms. Reinhardt has asked us, and she reminded me as superintendent that when I was high school principal that July 1st, our legacy system, we should, to going to your point, parents should start seeing the courses they've chosen. Maybe not the teacher, but we would call it flipping the switch from June 30th to July 1st. We didn't do that last year. That's one of the things we promised. So that's one of the things she's asked for us moving forward is on July 1st when we turn the switch, that parents on Home Access Center should be able to see the courses they've chosen, not necessarily the period or the teacher as of yet.
So they'd see they were scheduled.
Yes.
Okay. Is that it? You still have more for us?
No, ma'am. If
Thank
I
you
will
very
answer
much.
questions, but I
Thank you
don't
very
need to
much.
offer any more. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Finance, quarterly investment report and quarterly financial report. Oh, I'm sorry, did you have a question?
Yes, since we've spent a lot of time on a lot of these other areas, and it is 9:50, and we have a lot of employees here that have to also get up and go to work in the morning. Can I make a motion that we move to the actionable items that we need to handle, and maybe postpone
The
reports
report?
that we don't need tonight to another meeting?
I hear a motion, I hear a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Please raise your hands. 7-0. I'm sorry, you have to get up. Mike. Going into approval of consent agenda items. We're gonna have to take the minutes separately because I can only vote on the January 17th one. I can't vote on the February 6th, so I'm gonna ask for those separate, please.
Okay, I move that we approve the minutes for the regularly scheduled board meeting on January 17th, 2023.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, please raise your hand. 7-0.
Motion to approve February 6, 2023.
Second.
All in favor? One abstain. 6 and 1 abstain. Thank you. Items for action, academics, consider approval of innovative courses for the 23-24 school year.
President Cantu, I make a motion that we approve innovative courses for the 2023-2024 school year as presented by staff.
Do we hear a second?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Arredondo, seconded by Mr. Shanks. Any discussion or questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. 7-0 opposed. Human Resources, consider approval of resolution of the San Marcos Consolidated Independent School District Board regarding emergency closure due to dangerous weather.
President Cantu, I make a motion that we approve the resolution as presented by staff.
I'll second.
Motion made by Mr. Arredondo, seconded by Ms. Mejia. Any questions or comments? All in favor, please raise your hand. 7-0. Elections, consider contract with Hays County for the purpose of election services. We could take those in a group if we wanted to.
Ms. Cantu,
Yes.
I make a motion that we approve items C1, C2, C3, C4, C5 as presented in our agenda.
Do I hear a second? Second from Mr. Shanks. All in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7-0 opposed. So we have item 6, consider and possible action to approve an order calling an election to authorize the purchase of attendance as provided by Chapter 49 to be held on May 6, 2023.
I'll move.
Ms. Villalpando makes the motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second from Dr. Salmi. Questions or discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 2. Passed 5-2. Consider an order calling a bond election to be held on May 6, 2023.
Ms. Cantu.
Mr. Arredondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. I move that we approve the bond election order to hold a bond election in the district on May 6, 2023 as presented.
I second.
Mr. Arredondo made the motion, seconded by Ms. Halsey. Any discussion, questions? All in favor, please
Ms.
raise.
Cantu, I have
I'm
discussion.
sorry. Yes.
Yeah, as a parent of SMCISD students and as a trustee, I support having the best facilities for our students and staff. I appreciate the work of our facility advisory committee and our district employees in developing the facility suggestions for a future bond. They did a great job and presented innovative ideas in a short time. I look forward to supporting a bond that meets current and future needs for our students and community, including a future bond that incorporates a plan for increased high school capacity. As we've discussed here, we can take this initial facilities work and build on the plans over the next year. This work does not expire in 3 months. It can serve as a springboard for more conversations and more options for creating the best learning environments we can for our current and future students. We just approved that this May we will hold an election regarding what's known as recapture. A successful vote on this issue needs to be our clear focus for the 2023 election. Otherwise, the state will take control of parts of our tax base forever. I'm committed in 2023 to helping maintain our local funding, our local control, and our local authority of our schools. And while we do that, I want to continue our facilities and building planning so we can develop a winning bond project for our 2024 election.
Ms. Cantu.
Yes.
Thank you, President Cantu. So y'all know me, I don't write pre-written statements for votes on this board. My job up here is not to vote for a bond election that's going to pass or to strategize of what's going to be an effective bond to take to the voters. It's to weigh what is brought to us by committees and different entities within the ISD and to decide yes or no whether or not it should be taken to the voters. We had a committee that worked diligently to make recommendations to this board. It delivered on the task in which it was assigned. And I find it interesting or ironic that we ask for community input, but when we don't like what the community input is, some of us lobby to kick the can down the road. We've seen it with our redistricting committee, and we've seen it with other work on this dais. If we task the committee and community members and representatives of us in our single-member districts or at-large districts to make recommendations to this board, we should weigh their input as such. Tonight, I'll be voting in favor of the proposed bond that was developed by a diverse cross-section of this community, and I look forward to working as hard as I possibly can to make sure that it's passed.
Mr. Shanks?
Yes, so I'd like to add that the committee did a great job, but I think the Board of Trustees failed to have a strategic plan and a strategic vision in place to guide the committee correctly. I was looking at the numbers, and with the capacity increase of 200 students with the new construction, using the moderate guidelines for growth in 2025-2026 school year, we will be at 93% capacity, which we are currently at 94% capacity. So in 1 year's time after the school has been built, assuming it's built in 1 year, we will already almost be at the same problem that we're at right now with an overcrowded school. So that's my concern with the bond, is that as the board, it is our job to provide some strategic guidelines and vision for our committees, and I don't think we did that in this respect as far as making sure that we had a plan for 5 and 10 years and not just a short-term bond plan. Thank you.
Ms. Halsey?
Thanks. I agree with my colleagues that the committee came together and did a tremendous amount of work and did it well, and they were comprehensive and thoughtful, and I thought that the process was well guided by our administrative teams who are very familiar with our programs and our operations and our facilities. I think that the proposal focuses clearly on the security and success of our students. And I think that they address existing needs that existed yesterday and will continue to exist tomorrow, regardless of what the board decides to do tonight. And if we try to put this off longer, I think it will become costlier and the problems will become bigger. And so I think we are best off being proactive now and addressing what we can with the minimal amount of fund necessary from the taxpayers, so that we don't have to come back to them in a year or two and ask for a bond that is twice the size. So,
Anyone else? Ready for the vote? All in favor of the motion to call the bond election to be held on May 6th, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 2. Thank you. The vote carries 5-2. Consider approval of budget amendments.
Ms. Cantu, I move that we approve the budget amendments as presented by staff.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Arredondo, seconded by Ms. Villapando, that we approve the budget amendments. Any questions?
We should at least.
Yes?
No, he's just there to answer any questions.
Y'all have any questions? Do you have any
He's not
questions?
there to
for-
speak.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Doyle? All in favor, please raise your hand. 5, 6, 7. Opposed, 0. I'm sorry?
Ms.
job.
Cantu?
Yes.
I move that we adjourn.
I second.
I have a motion to adjourn by Mr. Arredondo, second by Ms. Halsey. Was it Halsey?
Yes.
All in favor, please raise your hands.
10 o'clock?
7-0. Thank you, good night, and happy Valentine's, everybody.
Yes.
Have a nice, fun day tomorrow with the kids.
Happy Friendship Day.
I hope they're not too